Good morning, everybody. We're back with another Stock Dads TV, and we are here with Aaron to break it down. I don't know why his camera's not coming up. No, I don't know why. Hold on, let me see. There we go.
Got it?
Yep, we got it.
Cool. All right. Morning, everybody. Excuse me. Morning, Miss Mary Rose, Mr. Wilf, Miss Amanda, Darren. Good morning, Mr. Paz, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. How we doing, everybody? Hope you guys had a good evening. It'll be 80 degrees in Indy. Very happy about that. So you East Coasters, more good weather coming your way. I will take it. I will take it. Tyler, I can still hear you clicking. All right. Good morning. All right. Okay. I'll give everybody a minute or two here to get in. Almost the weekend. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Mikey, good morning. Luke, good morning. Lyle, good morning. Yeah, I'm trying to send it northeast, Mr. Welf. Trying to send it northeast to you. I was talking to somebody the other day about, it seems like South Bend, Indiana is like the line. Like anything above South Bend gets all the colder for longer. Below South Bend, starting to get spring. We had a big farm up in just outside of South Bend, Indiana, growing up, and man, it was like just a big line in the sand right there. All right, Omar, good morning. RC, another day closer to May. RC, I actually started seeing posts about people talking about when practice starts and everything else. So we're getting close. Getting close, getting exciting. Okay. All right, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so on news, now obviously plenty of geopolitical stuff to keep us busy. But econ news today, we've got our unemployment, our normal Thursday unemployment claims, right? At 8:30, we'll be on the call here. Forecasting to 11. So that would put us about right here. Now, obviously, we all know that these never come in line with the forecast. You can see that here. These little dashes are the forecast, and the bar is where it actually comes in. So mostly remember, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend. All right, so we'll see, more importantly, how the market reacts to it. And then nothing pretty much throughout our day. President Trump speaking right at 4. So you guys that like to trade the close or trade that 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern time frame, just be aware that he's going to be speaking at 4 o'clock. Okay? Then going into tomorrow, pretty quiet. We have that U of M team up north consumer sentiment for the Ohio people. And that's pretty much it. So, oh, Europe, you're switching your daylight savings. Nice. So, Omar, you guys will be back on regular deal. Okay, good deal. All right, so that's what we got going into this morning. Man, Lyle's way out west. Yeah, you guys are still chilly out there. Mercy. All right. Well, hopefully it warms up for you guys soon. Man, what is that? Minus 11, double it, minus 22, add 32. So that's like 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Oof. Mercy. All right. Didn't even realize they did that. The daylight savings out there? Out there, across the pond? Yeah, so Omar, you guys will be springing forward, right? This weekend? Yeah, so it'll be back to the normal, 4 hour or 8 hour difference. I don't know. I forget, but something like that. 5 hour difference. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving on. I could sit and talk about that for a while. Let's not do that. All right. Let's get to it. Okay. So here's where we're sitting going in. We kind of got a lot going on here. Here's where we're sitting going into the morning. Now, starting off on the VIX. Now, remember, we're still been saying this since January. Those 1580s, right now, remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, all right? So this runs inverse. VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up, all right? But these 1580s, getting tired of saying that, all right? That's what's been holding us up the whole year. Number one, number two, number three, number four, okay? So that's what's holding us up right there. So moving as we zoom in, that's what that is right there. Okay. Now we have started to hold long setups coming out of this. And it started back here, and we've had this up for a while and it never broke. And we're going to use these 27 or these 2505s as the high. So from our 2260s to the 27 or 2505. Okay. And that's what we've had for a while. We never broke. This was a 54, round down to 50, subtract a tick, 45. We never traded the 45s. We traded the 50s. So we never broke that, right? Remember, we were in this range, this just wretched range yesterday. I mean, it couldn't even get any tighter. I was looking at it last night and I was like, we were in like a 3-tick range. There would be no way that it could have gotten any tighter unless it just stopped moving, right? And then finally we broke out to the upside. So here's the series we're in leading us higher. So from the low inside of this previous move, right now, remember before I say that, we've got targets up here at these 2560. Okay, that's the target of that. All right there. So from the lows inside of that previous move, all right, there were our first pullbacks. Okay, so that is from the 2350 to 2505. That was our pullback. Okay, and then from the low inside of that previous move, all right, we've just been going up in this series. There's number one to a target. Here's number two. All right. You could make the case, you could make the argument that we've hit that. Let's see, 40s, 35s. Yeah, you could make the case that we hit that target. We're going to leave it there for now. But there we go. Good times. Trending higher. All right. Now, the only reprieve the indices could get, right? We are still in this larger short. All right, I'm going to mark this high. There we go. So we did have this little dip into highs. So the only reprieve that the indices could get is this short from up here at these 2775s down to these 2260s. All right, right there. Inside of that short still. All right. So we will see, but anything above us is going to have to break longs now. Right. So we're going to leave that where it is for now, just to be on the conservative side. We don't want to misidentify a trend break. But as long as the VIX keeps this trend alive, right, then more downside for the indices. Absolutely. Okay, so the path of least resistance for the VIX right now is up. Okay, the current of the river is up right now. Okay, until something changes, and we'll continue in and out. Look, right as I said that. Did you see that, Tamika? It's following my voice. Okay, Laura, good morning. Oh, Omar, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Omar. Never mind, Omar. I was totally thinking of somebody else. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're in NYC with Rick. All right. And Tiffany. I don't know where Tiffany's been. See if she comes back. Apologies, Omar. Mikey, where are you from? I'm always curious where everybody's from. J Dub, what's up? Oh, you missed the VIX responding to my voice? All right. Well, you haven't missed me trying to drop 20 points on the gap fill yet. So you're still around to see that. Exciting times. All right. Oh, Mikey's out east, Boston. Gotcha. It's me, the dog. I don't know what that means. Anyway, okay, sorry. Apologies again, Omar. I was thinking of Idris. That's who I was thinking of. I got Idris and Omar mixed up. My apologies. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right. Now we're on to farm animals. Okay, this is going off the rails quickly. We're talking farm animals came up. All right, moving on. Don't want to repeat of yesterday and the Ada Shelby chart, which is dead. All right. So there we go. Right. There we go. Just trending higher. Okay, we don't want to try to pick a bottom on the indices until the VIX breaks one of these longs, which could be next year at this time. Who knows? I say that in jest. Eventually we'll break and things will get back to normal. But it's been since January, right? So VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. So we'll see if we can make this pullback. This would lead us towards the gap fill, right? If we can't get through these highs, right? We poked our head up there. We can't get through that. That could lead us back down in the direction of the fill. Okay. All right. Oh, is that Mike D. Arch? Is that Mike D. Arch? That's my guess. Morning, Ethan. Ah, gotcha. Okay. All right. What's up, Mike? Now we're in Boston. I understand now. Putting it all together. Okay, so any questions on the VIX? All you had to say was dog and farm animals, and I figured it out. Okay. That's pretty sad. That's pretty sad that that's all you had to say for my brain to figure that out. Okay. Everybody good? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. Good times, right? Good times. Elevated VIX for 3 months now. Okay. All right. Thanks, JD. I appreciate it. Jeremy, what's up? Okay, now moving on to bank. So our financials, remember this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. It's just an index. This isn't traded. But it creates headwinds and tailwinds for the indices. So when bank is rising, a positive environment for the indices. When bank is falling, negative environment. Well, we've got our halfway back. We were in a series and the series broke. So we've got our halfway back from February 6th to our lows. That's up here. But bank has been holding these longs, right? And we, established that last week. Okay, we had these very first pullbacks down here, right? Coming out of last Thursday, Friday. Okay, and that was our first little clue that we could get a squeeze back up into this resistance. Now, again, bank's not traded, so it doesn't have to be perfect by any means. Okay. All right. I saw brief snippets of that Tyler put on, Ethan. So well done, man. Good. That's cool. I like you guys getting involved. Tamika, you need to get on. No, Tamika, you and Ed against each other on the game show. That would be fantastic. Tyler, write that one down. Tamika and Ed against each other on the game show. All right. So anyway, we had these pullbacks. Then we had these pullbacks here on Tuesday. Okay. So what we're watching here, Tamika, nope. All right. And then from these lows, right, we're just watching these pullbacks here. Now, more than likely, unless something changes, we could more than likely gap down. We'll see. More than likely gap down. But this is really the only bullish, potentially bullish leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Okay, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. All right. So that's where we are. Remember, it's just an index, just going to open during market hours, but more than likely we're going to gap down, but we'll see. All right, so moving on to the ES. Now, on the larger time frame, nothing is broken. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. The cherry blossoms coming out. Very cool. Hey, and you guys, Tamika, again, you guys have a free, whether you like racing or not, I haven't heard much about this lately, but whether you like racing or not, it's going to just be awesome. You're going to have that free IndyCar race going around DC. I forget when that is. August, maybe they set it up. Definitely not in May, but I think that will be so cool. You should go see that, Tamika. I'm sure that would be a really cool experience. DC, that's going to be neat. I'm excited to watch that. I won't be there, but I'm excited to watch that. That's going to be a first time ever thing. Jalen, Jay Wavy, what's up? All right. Yeah, I saw some blooms. There's some relatively new bushes out in front of me, and they're all starting to flower. And I can hear birds right now. That's a cool thing. So spring is coming. Anyway, ES, I got to get moving or Ed's going to get on me for taking too long for the ES. All right, from December 16th to October 27th of 25, there's our pullback, right? Targets are up here. So we haven't broken that. Okay, we haven't broken that extension yet. Now, when we zoom in, though, we're still in these short setups, just inverse of the VIX, right? So here's that highs to lows that we're watching going into today. All right, that's from 9:30 yesterday morning. God, look how far we've traveled since 9:30 yesterday morning. Just insane. So we'll see if the VIX finds resistance, or continues to find resistance up there. Jeez, continues to find resistance up here. If it does, right, and makes a pullback, then that'll lead us towards the gap fill. If this thing keeps going, it's just straight down. Right, it's just going to be straight down on the indices. All right, no matter how you slice it. So our gap fills up here at 66.42. Here's 10 points away. Would be 32. 20 points away. Let's see if I can get it. Would be, do my math. 12. No, 52. What the heck am I looking at? 42, 32, 22. That's what I want. If I can get it. Oh man. Almost. So there's 20 points away, right? I will look at 30, be 12. Oh, that one was close. So there's 30 points away, all right? So you can see we're outside of 30 points, all right? Here's the gap fill, 10, 20, 30. We're outside of 30 points. Anything outside of 30 points is kind of that gap and go type scenario. Now, the only thing that's going to lead us into the direction of the fill is if the VIX holds that high, right? Right there. Okay. If we defend that and can't get through it and start a pullback, that would lead us into the fill, or direction of the fill. If the VIX just keeps that trend going to the upside, then we're just going to go straight down. Okay. There's no doubt about it. All right. So just embrace the suck, right? Make sure you use it to your advantage. Okay. So once again, we're outside of 30 points. This is the craziness that an elevated VIX brings, right? Our gap fills, we've been outside of 20 and 30 pretty much all week, right? So we'll see. This is just going to follow right along with the VIX. Right. Look at that. Look at that. Just right along with the VIX. All right. So there we go. There's the ES. There's the pullback if the VIX defends those highs. If it doesn't defend the highs, we're just going to keep falling. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ. Let's let the VIX be your guide. There was the top of the range on the NASDAQ. Remember yesterday we were watching? And then boom. Okay. So we're just watching the same thing. Could be an ugly day. If that VIX continues higher, this could be a very ugly day for the indices. Okay. So we'll see. It's all about the VIX at that high. Right. We're just going to keep trailing these down because remember, we know that the indices like to back and fill all the way. Right. So if we do get a squeeze, right, that's what we're going to be watching up there. Okay. So not a whole lot to do at this point, like right at this very second. Jeez, look at that. But there's the NASDAQ. Just watch it. Watch those highs on the VIX, right? The VIX keeps trending, right? VIX pullbacks would be pullback shorts on the indices all the way down. Unfilled gap at 55.65. Yeah, we got a bunch. You go down. There's yesterday's down here, or I'm sorry, Mondays down here. 65, 64, 65, 63, 75, 65, 63, 50 down there. And we got a bunch down here. I'd have to go way back. Right. We got all sorts of gaps below us left over that we haven't filled. And we also have today's, we've got, where is it? Way up here. We got another one way up there. So we got messes to clean up all over. All right. So there we go. And no chance we're doing any of that until something breaks on the VIX, which nothing has broken since January. All right. So here's the YM. Now remember, watch bank, right? It's the most sensitive to bank's movements. Here's the YM short from our highs on March 10th to our lows. Briefly sloppy there. We're not going to get excited about that. Okay, because it's just an indice. All right, there's our short coming down. All right, we're going to watch this. Just watch bank, right? Bank's the number one leading indicator, or the best leading indicator for the YM and the Russells. Okay, so if we see the VIX roll over, right, in a bank rally, we're going to squeeze potentially back into these highs. Okay. Oh, hang on, I lost you guys again. Okay, so Russells. Now the Russells has actually been the strongest. So here's the larger short setup we're in on the Russells, just all the way halfway back. All right, from January 27th, basically highs of the year to lows of the year. January 22nd to our lows on March 8th, right there. Okay. See, the Russells hasn't broken this long yet. All right. It held this pullback from the crazy candle, held that pullback, right? Now, what it has done though is this next long broke. Okay. That is broken now. That's pierced. So we'll see. We're going to watch these just like on all the others. We're going to watch these shorts from highs. All right. Just watch bank when it opens, what direction we get moving. Bank opens up and starts falling, it's going to drag the NASDAQ or the YM and the Russells down aggressively. Okay. Today's gap fill is a long way away. 66.42. 66.42, long way away. All right. Okay, about the track mint. Oh, it's just that you guys have that that IndyCar race in August. That'll be awesome. That'll be cool. It's free too, so that'll be neat for you guys out there. Okay. All right. Any questions? VIX bank indices. VIX hasn't gotten through that high yet. A little bit of hopium there that we can get a gap fill trade. That thing keeps going higher. The gap fill's off the table, right? You guys understand that? Like it's pretty much off the table as it is, but there's still a little bit of hope. But a lot has to happen. So keep an eye on the half. Obviously, keep a big eye on the half. If we do, if the VIX does hold this high, and we start to make this pullback, keep an eye on the half, right? Because there'll probably be a significant profit taking there. Okay. All right. Moving on. So Bitcoin. we're still in the winter. So this long from lows still holding, right, from February 5th to our highs on March 4th, right there. Came back down and retested, but we have not broken this opposing move. Nope, sure as shooting. Almost said something else. So if we break this long from lows, that's a whole different thing going on. Okay, that is insanely aggressive. Does that mean? Well, that'll mean we didn't even make this pullback, right up there to our October 6th highs to lows. So there we go, right? So we'll see. This we're in shorts, right? We're in shorts, and I mean they've got a target down here that would break this long, but we'll see when we get down here if we just go into a range. But there you go. Not a whole lot to do right here at this second. But look at that. That is weak, weak, weak. All right. Weak, weak, weak Bitcoin. Which is to be expected, right? It's just hurry up. Right? Hurry up. Now, crude oil throwing a wrench into everything. Okay. So, crude oil. Here's this short from highs. All right. From our highs on March 8th to our lows on March 10th. Right there. That hasn't broken. But we broke the long from lows. Right there. Okay. Here's the short from highs. That officially hasn't broken yet. All right, but it's under pressure. Okay. So there we go. That's what crude oil looks like. And all this crude oil strength is just throwing a wrench into everything, right? Dollar, gold and silver, broad markets, everything. It's all trickle down economics from crude oil. Man, you had to be around in the 80s to remember that phrase. Anybody remember trickle down economics? Mary Rose, you're about the same as me. You probably remember that phrase, trickle down. All right. Thanks, Amanda. Caught that. Yeah, I wonder if anybody remembers that trickle down. Anyway, okay. So if crude oil continues this climb, right? You're much older than me. They still talk about that. Yeah, the trickle down. Interesting. What am I doing? All right. So if crude oil got a little nervous, the ladies were talking to me. I had to kind of collect myself. If this thing keeps climbing, right, and it's just throwing a wrench into everything, right? If we do see this potentially roll over from here, right? Ever since the crazy candle, we've just gone straight up, right? So if we do see this roll over, and there's a little bit of hopium in that comment, but if we do, then the indices, the dollar, we can get some dollar weakness, which then in turn is going to help out the indices, which then in turn is going to help out precious metals, right? But if we keep going up, that's a headwind against precious metals, indices, dollar strength, right? All of that. Okay. So we'll see. It hasn't broken yet, but be very careful trading crude oil right now. It was being technical there for a split second, and now we're kind of all over the place. All right. Obviously, with everything going on. Okay. So gold and silver. Now, gold almost broke its extension short. We have not yet. So this extension short is what's holding us down from March 3rd to our lows on March 22nd. It's right here. Move that out of the way. Okay. There's the extension short. Didn't break it. All right. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we've got targets down here. Okay. So could this long hold? It could, right? It very well could. We held the first time, leading us into the resistance, but the resistance didn't break. So what we're watching, because this pullback here on gold never hit this target, right? So here's all we know right now is this is support. right? Because this little next worker bee move broke. Okay. So if this lifts off, right, we're going to need some dollar weakness. More than likely, crude oil is going to have to roll over, right? But we need to get through these 46.5930s for that trend change. And if we do, we can potentially go into extension longs, or we're going to make a pullback, that cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. That's what it's looking like right there. Now this long, it broke. There's no doubt about it. It has pierced, but we are finding a little support there. But I'm not gonna draw that up because that's just not right. All right, so we'll see. Let's also watch, see how aggressive this gets. Okay, so there's gold. Now silver a little bit different. Okay, silver has made this pullback. All right, it has made this pullback. I'm long silver. I got long silver this morning. So fingers crossed we're going to lift out of this thing. Okay. The only sucky part about silver is gold didn't break that extension short. Okay. So gold's pullback that it didn't hit its target was this pullback. So could silver be using the same, just be neck and neck with gold? It could, right? It could, because gold didn't hit this, right? So gold still has that support level down there, but we're just going to watch it from here from now. Okay. All right. So there's silver again. We're going to need some dollar weakness. We need oil to give up, at least for a short term. All right. We definitely would need the VIX to give up. The VIX, the volatility is affecting everything right now. Okay. All right. You got long silver too, Mr. Paz? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. All right. If this does break, just keep in mind this is the gold draw. Right. That's the gold draw. So could we come back down here and use the gold? We could. Who knows at this point, right? We don't really know a whole lot yet other than it's coming back into support. All right. So there's silver. All right. Now moving on to the dollar. Okay. So this dollar strength is getting relentless again. This is just killing everything. All right. So here's DXY. Now, again, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies shoved together in an index. But I want you guys to see this. See this even bigger. Okay. This is the monthly chart. All right. And you can see the dollar's in pullbacks. It's in an uptrend. All right. Now, when we zoom in, we have now broken this short from highs. All right. Pierced it right there. So are we going to make pullbacks now and go into dollar strength trades again? We could, right? We absolutely could. So just this dollar strength is killing us. Dollar wrecking ball, right? Absolute dollar wrecking ball, which is good. You can take advantage of it, obviously. But as long as this dollar strength is just putting a headwind against everything. Okay. All right. So now here is the dollar yen. Okay. Go to the actual currencies. There's dollar yen just going straight up, right? It's still in this extension long from February 20th to our highs up here on March 18th. There's that pullback. Now this has been really sloppy inside of this. Okay. But we're just straight up, right? Just straight up. Not a whole lot of sense we can make of this right now. All these little longs have been breaking. It's just choppy, right? It's just squeezing higher. So here's the highs, right? Here's our first high we're running into. All right, so we'll see. We continue higher, right? Just more dollar strength. If we would roll over and make a pullback, dollar weakness. All right. Now, when we get to the euro has made a pullback. So the euro was in extension shorts. Okay, those extension shorts broke. And this is the first pullback after that trend break. And we'll see if it holds. Okay, so there's our potential for dollar weakness. Right now, if this breaks, nope, more dollar strength. Okay, so right there, that's the first pullback. Remember, we were watching lows of the week to highs of the week. That broke. And now we've officially made our first pullback after we broke trend. And that target's way up here. And then there's the resistance level. So could we go into dollar weakness trades? If we do, the indices and precious metals are going to get a tailwind. All right, so we will see. We will see if we can lift off of here and start a trend to the upside. Right, but we are at support. First pullback after a trend break. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, VIX still can't get through those highs. Right, as of now, can't get through those highs. So again, if we do see a pullback, that would lead us in the direction of the fill, or in the direction of the fill. Okay. What I went long silver, yeah, it was this pullback, right? It was this pullback. It was the euro right here. Okay, and the euro getting a reaction at its long, because that would be dollar weakness, right? If we looked off from there. And then we had participation. If you look, we had this 1 hour bar close green right here, right there. And then I bought a little pullback right there, right? So we'll see my stops down below 61.8, right? Yep, that's all it was. We got the euro at support. Hopefully we'll get that dollar weakness, which then in turn will put a tailwind behind these guys, behind gold and silver. And then I had this little green close right there. Yep, that's all you can ask for, right? That's pretty much all you can ask for. And if it either works or it doesn't, right? So targets are, as of right now, I'm targeting the high, but we'll see when we get it. If, big quotes, if we get up there, I'll probably just hedge that position unless we continue through. All right, I'd like to hang on to that price if it keeps going up. All right, so there, and it could just roll right back over, right? Come down, stop me out. Okay. All right, any questions, anybody? So we're gonna, and again, we're gonna need this, Miss Mary Rose. All right, we're gonna need that. All right, for any hope for the precious metal. Okay. All right, everybody good? Any questions, anybody? Ooh, very nice. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. Keynesian economics. Nice. Very good. Voodoo economics. Good job. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Miss Paz. All right, everybody good? Oh yeah, we had unemployment. Where did unemployment come in? It didn't even cause us much of a blip, did it? I think the markets are just so numb now to everything. Let's see where unemployment came in. It came in. Oh, it almost came in line. They almost nailed it. Forecast 211 came in at 210. So nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. All right, just let the VIX be your guide, as Ed was nice enough to create our little miner hat and flashlight guy. All right. Okay, everybody. Everybody good? Thanks, Amanda. Have a great day. Thanks, Mike DeArch. Appreciate it. All right. Sounds good. You got it, Tyler?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Thanks. Have a good morning.
All right, guys. We'll be back with live trading with Adidas and Jordan coming up for New York Open here, so don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few minutes. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, everyone.
Adidas, how's the volume now? Now there's not like music. Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfection. Here we go.
Market open here. Got a bigger gap down on the indices.
Yeah, so ES has two levels here. I'm watching 65.84, and then if we basically right around this long draw here that's coming. If we break that, we are heading to 65.30. So this is a big. See what VIX is doing. Yep, right in between. I think we can catch some scalps here. I'm eyeing longs here. Hey guys, I'm eyeing longs here. All right, I'm long at 100. Hey, what's up, man? I'm on live as well. $20-point stop here on this long.
What's up, Jordan? Oh, you're good.
All right, guys, that's 20 points. I'm going to do stop screen and I'm out. Couldn't get a trim here. All right, guys, I'm in long 92. 20-point stop.
I don't know if it's coming through Jordan's audio, but I'm getting a double echo on Adidas talking now. I don't know if the chat's getting that or not, but
I'm hearing it too.
Testing. Oh, mute me in Discord, Jordan.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds good now. I'm not getting it now. Still in between levels on NQ for me right now, so I'm just gonna let things play out a little bit here.
Yeah. I kind of like potential breakdown. It was short.
Yeah, I mean things obviously look pretty bearish here.
Yeah, I need ES to confirm below 84 or so.
What happens here? 15 just looking.
Jordan, make sure
that Discord. Oh, let me just please. Yeah, let me just do this. Sorry. I don't know. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Who's typing that hard?
Dude, Adidas has got them fingers, baby.
Oh my god.
I even have like I have like the voice isolation setting turned on, and it's
Hey guys, I'm taking a trim here at 22. Stops break even. Sorry, I didn't. I didn't realize that.
That sounded so crazy.
All right, guys, got 32 points there. I'm gonna trail from 97 here. We were right at that support on ES. So. All out on that long. I have another long opportunity, but I don't know if I want to take a third one. I think I'm going to just go ahead and do it. All right, guys, I'm in at 97 long here.
I have a potential idea of this short, this hold.
Yeah. I will be looking shorts. Long fails. There we go. All right, guys, taking a trim here at 20. Stops break even. All right, I'm going to trail this from 107. Still on the support on ES, so. So on ES, I am looking for a 5-minute candle close below that 84 level, and then that gets bearish. All right, guys, all out on this long. About 47 points today so far. I will not be taking that again. That is it. You can though, until it breaks. So I mean, you can keep longing, 95 over and over again until it breaks.
I have my finger on the trigger for shorts there.
Trying to see if this one holds. I'm the same thing.
Three times the same trade is max for me. I'm not taking that again. If we do break down, I'll be looking to short for shorts though.
Got filled on a NQ short at 24,101 here.
Might be following you here. This holds.
Stops at 135. All right, here we go. And these two lower levels down here would be, look to take a trim here at like 2450s. And then hopefully hold the rest for a bigger breakdown.
Let's see what we do. This area.
Yeah. Did y'all get in that short?
I
I'm
did
not.
get it short, yeah, but we didn't quite get to my target, so I'm back like break even here.
Kind of like break down here. That's kind of what I want to see.
We're still above 84 on ES, so just waiting for that candle close there. So as long as we're above about 80 on ES, I'm still bullish.
VIX did hit new highs there in that pop and then immediately rejecting.
VIX still has a little bit more room up for that 618. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. The good thing about this crazy volatility is you have a lot of levels. It's easier to trade, like a breakdown or
Yeah.
No,
That's a bummer.
now you want to.
I got
ES,
stopped on that there.
ES is ES. Okay, so if we break this short draw, we got almost another 70 points on ES. So upwards. So we could really run this back all the way back up. That's what it looks like. Well, let's see. I would need for this short draw to break before I could go long again. and stayed above that ES level perfectly. Should have taken that long. I didn't. That fib off ES was freaking beautiful.
Just got our first 15-minute close. Pretty wild
No.
looking.
Crazy bounce.
15 NQ bar. ES looks a lot better. ES, the Dow, and the Russell all look better than NQ currently.
How's the market been this week? It's my first day trading. Copy or
Yeah, same thing, man. Same kind of behavior it's been having. Although we've had some probably maybe even more added volatility with some geopolitical stuff, but
I've been doing pretty solid, so I like the scalps.
yeah, I know you like the I'm a trender.
I want this short draw to break so I can go long.
I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. Okay, I'm short 85, 20 point stop. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just take a trim here. I'm just scalping this one. Just a quick 10-pointer. Okay, trailing this down. All right, I'm all out here at 64.
When are we gonna break out of this range stuff, man?
Once the war stuff is over.
No.
Nothing much to do. It's just too bearish to man. I kept wanting to get back into that long, but I couldn't find anywhere to get to enter.
Yeah, no. Nothing for me right now.
Yeah. I mentioned that ES 84 level, and we bounced right pretty much off it. Wow. We still have plenty of room to the upside though.
The heck, is you pumping the market up or what?
Who knows? I don't know.
What's that?
I want to get long again. All right, I'm getting in long here. Just need a want to see 200s, see how we react to 200s. All right, guys, I'm long 202 here. I'm a little bit early. But I'm going to take a stab here. Long 202.
Hit a level right here, VWAP right here. So it's definitely an interesting spot.
Marcus not doing anything.
Come on, give me the 20 at least. They got me. Jeez. Oh, we had some news, I guess.
Oh, really? What was it?
Something about Venezuela oil popped up on my screen. All right, guys, I'm going long here at 50, 20 point stop. Ooh, was a nice
Actually, gonna
pick.
try along here as well.
All right, guys, I'm trimming here at 90. Stops break even. Taking another trim here at 209. Beautiful. Beautiful. If we hit 190, I'll be all out on this long. Just trailing this up. I'm trailing this one. My trail's at 203 right now. There we go. 70 points. All right. I am.
Which long at this kind of size to hold? What's a pick direction?
All out on this long. I'm 4 green, 2 red. It counts, so I may take one more trade on one of my red accounts here. Let's see.
Let's go, baby. Let's flip the ratio. Flip the ratio.
Not going to be any trade for me unless we get either back down to 100 or break above these new highs. Oh, okay, there is still a short draw here. It's already rejected a couple times. I wonder if it's worth taking that. Yeah, I'm going to take a short here. All right, I'm in short at 18 here. $20 stop. There we go. Taking a trim here at 93, stops break even. It's another 30 points there.
Well, you're scalping.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a trim here at 85. Still in the short. 40 points and Last trail at 95 here. So if that gets hit, I'm gone. I'm out. One more account. One more trade. That's it. Let's see if we can go all green.
Let's go.
This is my kind of price action right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to take this short just yet. I want to see it react at the 30s first before I do anything.
I'm still holding these longs for now, chat. Entries at 188.25. Stops down at 134. So we're... Oh, nice pop there.
Ooh.
Pushes up about 1 hour there if this gets any follow through.
I'm gonna take the short at 32 here, but my stop is gonna be 50. Short 32, stop 50. All right, taking a trim here at 211. Stop straight.
You guys are long or short?
I was short there.
I'm still holding longs that I entered earlier.
I'm all out. Quick little 20-pointer there. Or no, 15, 17. This is a pretty, where's VIX at? No, my short. Ugh. Should have held on to it.
Yeah, I don't like that 5-minute bar. Testing higher here, not looking like we're going to close an inverted hammer. See, it's got about 50 seconds here.
You said your stop was 34 on your long?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to get a better... We got that right when you were talking about the news. We had spiked back into the open, and we're starting to get a bounce. And I wanted to get a fill on it, and it got a little further away from me than I wanted. But so I'm giving it a bit of the wider stop here back below the open. The open's at 156.25, and then the level that I'm watching is at 24,199. Almost got filled on a trim, but didn't quite get there.
things keep weighing it down.
Yeah. See here, we're still just kind of going sideways after the bigger bounce from the lows. And the overall trend, or I guess the higher time frame trend, is obviously more to the downside, so would not shock me to see us start to reverse back down here.
Challenge. What time is London session again? EST? 3 to 5?
Yeah,
I thought London
3
opened at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 a.m. to what, 5?
9:30.
I thought it was 11:30, isn't it?
11:30 Eastern. Yeah, I'm Central, so I get my.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
London's from 3 a.m. to
3
11.
a.m. 3 a.m. to 11:30, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so London bleeds into the New York.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, those first 2 hours.
London, like it's like the last couple of weeks, it's been having like probably the better highest action numbers.
It's been having good price action, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it gets that way where London just gets pretty trendy and clean.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, it's just depending on where you're at.
Exactly.
It's tough. I was at one point I was waking up at like 4 a.m. to trade London. I had like a London orb strategy that I like, so I'd like let it play out at the open and then like wake up and try to play a reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped that about a year ago, I think.
Doing London.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now it seems like just the price action's been tough in New York. Everyone sort of seems to be saying this that I talked to, but the New York price action's been pretty tricky, but the kind of the overnight or the London session overnight stuff's been pretty clean.
Mm.
I know a lot of people are even trading Asia a little bit more now.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do Asia.
Still holding these longs here, guys. Back into profits here, but we'll see. VIX just tagged its low intraday here. Let's see if we try to bounce again or we start to break down more in the VIX. Oh shoot, I didn't have 11 there. So the target for me here is like 260s.
I should probably stop while I'm ahead, but there's one juicy trade I'm watching. I don't think it'll materialize.
we're back at these highs. VIX is making new lows. Let's see if we can get a new high. Actually, I think ES just tagged a new high. It did. So did the Dow and so did RTY. We just need NQ to get its ish together. Get it together, NASDaddy.
I don't want to go against this.
Jordan over here hustling on the phone. Making side deals on stream. You tell your people. I need it done yesterday.
I need him to do that. What was it, Al Pacino meme? Where he's talking on the phone.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't Al Pacino.
Here, I'm gonna put his screen on full so I can get it. Oh, he just took it off.
Oh wait, yeah, it is Al Pacino. Yeah.
How's work been going, Jordan, with all the
Good.
changes?
Yeah, I mean, my schedule last couple of weeks has just been crazy. I won't like get back to like regular schedule probably closer to like May, just because I don't move until 2 weeks from now. So like next week I'm in West Virginia, so I'll be kind of like sporadic.
Okay.
Following week, moving, so it'll be sporadic officially. And I'll be good for like those 2 weeks, and like the last week of April, I gotta go to like Austria, and then after that, Austria, I'll be settled. So
Nice.
yeah.
Man. Sounds like exciting stuff, though.
Nice stuff. Yeah, it's just like I've just been on the move.
Yeah, for sure. Is Austria a work trip or just a personal trip?
A work trip.
Nice.
Yeah, a work trip. We had to like 8 days.
Oh, dude, I sent you that reel of that dude
Yeah.
describing when he was like working for Red Bull. I forget what he said, like an intern or something, or what the position was. But
Like,
they just were supplying him with mad Red Bull.
I'll see how it goes.
That's hilarious.
It was funny at the video, and it's like, but they didn't hire me full time.
yeah, he wasn't very good at it.
I was like, oh man.
No, that was wild. That's some serious guerrilla marketing right there.
But that's really what they do too. I mean,
Yeah.
I think all like the major indie brands, like they
Yeah.
attack these college campuses when they can, man. But no, it was hilarious. I saw that. Oh man, this market, man. I feel like what these last 4 or 5 weeks.
It's been ranging.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to go either way, but it's market's kind of, the money's kind of reconsolidating. People are kind of moving things around. Like I don't see anything alarming or anything.
Yeah.
It just looks like we're just waiting for a move.
Yeah, I feel like there's also a lot of weird uncertainty with all this geopolitical stuff as well. So it just makes for, in the elevated VIX, it just makes for weird, rangy, trickier action.
We got a deal. And Iran's like, nah.
Yeah, what?
Iran's like, we're not even talking. What are you talking about?
You ain't even hit my line, boo. Nick said late to the stream, do you guys take any trades yet? Adidas has taken a bunch across his accounts. I think he's green in most of his accounts. I don't think Jordan's taking anything. I'm holding along right now. It's a little bit above break even. You can see my entry was here on this green line. Just show you guys where it was on this 2-minute bar. Stop below it. So
yeah,
still consolidating. Just going. I mean, you could say we're just bull flagging here after this on the 2-minute chart after this move up, right? We had the move up. We're just kind of consolidating sideways here. So I'm hoping we can get one more leg up into the 260s here. That's my profit target.
Yeah, I'm capped out on trades. I've taken 8. One, most of them, all my accounts are green. So that's it for me.
Yeah.
I mean, this
Oh, yeah, for me as well. The market's not really doing anything for me at the moment.
this price action is disgusting.
Wait, you seem to be able to make it work today.
Yeah, I actually wanted to short again, but I really didn't want to take the third trade again, like the same trade 3 times. That would have been another nice 40, 50 pointer.
Yeah, just playing the tops and bottom of this little range we're in here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
All right, guys.
Man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Peace
See ya.
out.
Peace.
I will hang out for a little bit here and continue to monitor this trade for a bit. Let's see here. Can we get the push? Give us the push. Give us the push. If we break this this high here at 240, I'll probably just move my stop to break even. Oh, dang, there's a bee in my office. That's not good. Oh, man. Looks like a wasp. Chad, I might get attacked. That is a giant. It's a giant bee. What is this thing? What is going on? I gotta get a video. That thing is a big motherfucker. Alright, stay over there. It's freaking me out, chat. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Ugh, come on, yeah. right, well, it's hanging on here. It's hanging on. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Can you give me another leg up? Pump the market. Another 60 points for your boy. If you could please. Going to Colorado this weekend, chat. We got some big hockey finals. My roller hockey team, we won the Eastern Conference Finals, so we're going out to Colorado this weekend for the finals. Got to bring it home, baby. I should be back on Monday. Thank you, Tamika. Thank you. I should be back on Monday, depending on how everything goes, and I have my flight scheduled for Sunday evening, so. Oh, I think the bee might have went back out the window. I think the wind might have popped the window open. Well, let's see. Should we edit some stock dads content from the game show? Well, that's not what we wanted to see. NASDAQ. Yeah. Yep. So just moving sideways here. And pardon me, he's like, well, you sat here and held this long. What is happening? Well, that took me much longer than it should have. Why is the CapCut not update and like show you guys what I'm doing on the screen? It's annoying. Oh well. Trying to do a little editing, but I think I might just close this chat and call it here. Yeah, I'm out of that one here. I'm not even gonna give it to the full stop. Maybe we hold the opening print here, but I'm no longer interested. It's probably what's gonna happen, but that's okay. We'll keep it safe instead of sitting through some more consolidation here. We're gonna step away for a quick break. We'll be back with the Nooner with Aaron. I think Fuzz is gonna come on this afternoon to do a segment as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys all in just a little bit for Aaron's Nooner at 12 o'clock. afternoon, everybody. We are back with the Nooner, Mr. Aaron Ellis. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
All right. What's up, everybody? Afternoon, Mr. Will, Mr. Mika. Always a pleasure. Hello. Everybody good? I'm sure. All right. There we go. What's up, Rick? Ivan. Hello. Oh, very cool. Tell her I said hello, Rick. Thank you. What in the heck? All right. Getting a little tired of that. There we go. Okay. Got your shout out. Nice. All right. Very good. Idris, what's up? All right. Nate, what's going on? Good to see you, man. All right. Well, let's get started here, guys. We got a lot to cover. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, this is VX, the VIX futures, right? Not VIX, the index. Okay, here's what we're looking at going into today. Now, we still have this short from above, right? So remember, this runs inverse. All right, there's still this short from highs, but we are in massive explosion mode here. But from our highs on March 23rd to our lows on March 23rd, there's the crazy candle. This short means nothing unless we break long setups, okay? And we are just doing nothing but holding longs over and over and over and over. Starting off on these lows here on Tuesday, right? Whoa. Grab that again. Right, we're just holding these longs. There's number one, hit our targets. Here's number two, right? Targets up here. And we're in just explosion mode here, guys. So if we continue to get through these highs, the indices could have a really rough afternoon. Very rough afternoon. There is not one VIX long that's broken since January. All right. Just to show you how strong this trend is. Okay. So here's what we're watching. Inside of that larger move, here's that pullback from these 2450s to the high at 2550. There was a pullback. That was even front run right there. And it's just straight up. All right. So if we continue to get through these highs, the indices are going to have a real rough day. Okay. This is like 2008 type stuff. This VIX strength is just insane. Okay. It's just absolutely insane, this VIX strength. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. We could definitely be, in explosion mode if we get through these highs. Right. So be very aware of that. What's up? What's up, Miss Tamika? Always a pleasure. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Absolutely nothing is broken. Absolutely nothing. Okay. So pretty much straight up on the VIX. Straight up on the VIX, which is going to be really rough on the indices if this continues. All right. It's going to take almost some sort of catalyst to break the VIX's trend, even the smaller VIX's trend. All right. Remember, we got so far to go. We still have these 1580s to highs to truly break trend. These 1580s to highs would have to break. Okay. So you can see just how insane this trend is. All right. Since January 13th, right there. Right. It's just been lather, rinse, repeat. There was number one, smaller moves inside of that to get us to targets. Number two, smaller moves inside of that to get us to targets. There's number three. And here's number four. Smaller moves inside of this. And we have targets from that way up here. 33.59. Okay. So we'll see, how the afternoon progresses. But rough sledding here, right? Rough sledding for the indices. That is not pretty. Hang on one second, guys. There we go. Okay. All right. Like I said, almost going to take some sort of catalyst to roll us over, because this is just straight strength. All right. So any questions? Any questions on the VIX at all? So finally see a recession. Yeah. Kick the can, exactly. Kick the can too far down the road. Like eventually, yep. I mean, markets have been in insane valuations for a long time. So, you know, we've kind of avoided this for a while, right? Yeah, exactly, Nate. Like, and you got to think too, when you're talking about the stagflation thing, that we don't have a rate cut priced in until October of 27, right? Now, obviously that's going to change, but this is just not good, guys. All right. So if you look back at, like, I don't want to go too deep into this, but out a little bit further. If you go back to like 2022, where's 22? See if it'll let me get back there. There we go. See, here's 2022. See, the market, all of 2022, right, was down the whole year. And look at what the VIX was doing. It's just holding longs off the lows, right? Into the rollover, hold the pullbacks, right? And then finally in, what is that? December of 22, finally started holding larger shorts, and then obviously down. But this is all of 22, right? And if you remember what happened in 22, it wasn't a whole lot of fun. Well, I shouldn't say it wasn't a whole lot of fun. It was, you know, a bear market is what it was. Okay. So here's where we are in 26, right? So we'll see, right? We'll see, but just go with the trend, right? Trend right now on the VIX is up. All right. And especially if we continue to hold these longs and get through highs, not good. All right. So we will see. We're struggling to get through them now, but plenty of support. All right. Plenty of support. So any questions, guys? Hi, Ivan. How are you? Did you see I brought something for you to look at? Yeah, you thought 25 was crazy. 26 is just, yeah, hold my beer, right? Anytime the VIX is elevated like this, guys, just understand that, right? There's no reason to try to pick a bottom on the indices. None at all, right? You're just going to continue to be fuel to the downside. All right. So there we go. All right, there we go. We'll see. Only reprieve the indices would have, and we were talking about this morning, the absolute only reprieve the indices would have is if we can't get through these highs and we start making pullbacks. That's pretty sad when the pullbacks are the reprieve for the indices. Okay. And that would just squeeze the indices higher into next short setups. All right, that's all it is. Hello, Miss Amanda. How are you? Good to see you, ma'am. Okay, moving on. Now, our financials. This is about the only thing holding the indices up, like at all, okay, is bank is not making new lows. Okay, there's these, remember, bank's just an index, but up, right, tailwind for the indices, down, headwind for the indices. So we have this long, remember, this isn't traded, right? But from March 24th, Monday, to our highs, and that's been holding. Okay, so bank isn't falling. All right, and that's pretty much the only thing keeping our indices from a waterfall sell-off with what the VIX is doing. All right, so if we do see bank starting to roll over, heads up, right? So bank is actually in longs. Okay, bank is actually in longs and it's at support. So that's holding us up for now. Okay, so moving on to the ES. So here's the short setup on the ES. I'm going to get rid of this. All right, here's the larger short from the high of the crazy candle, right, to our lows down here on Tuesday at 1 a.m. There's the pullback, 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 pullback. Targets are down here, 65.43. Okay. Inside of that, here's that pullback that we were looking at this morning. This was the pullback on the VIX, right? Pretty obvious, right? There was our squeeze into the half and then straight down. Okay. Straight sell off from the half. All right. Pretty dang obvious there, right? So if you got that half, congratulations. There was an entry down here, right? Right here at the 79 area. We had started to find support. VIX was at resistance, tested it again right at the open, right? And just led us straight into the fill. Like that, Ivan? Right back at you. So we'll see. Again, the only reprieve the indices would have at all from going straight down, right, is that the VIX can't get through that high. And if it does get through that high and keep going, the indices are going straight down. Okay. And it could be violent if that happens. Okay. So there we go. Filled the half, nothing on the full. Right. We do have unfilled down here at these, I forget exactly what that was, but like the 63s even, I think it was. So we do have an unfilled gap down here from Monday, right? Be nothing surprising about that, but just look at that trend. Boom, boom, boom. There's your trend. So pretty incredible, right? Pretty incredible. There's going to be a lot of opportunities coming up when all this changes trend, and the VIX will let us know when we change trend. We don't have to try to pick the bottom. Okay. All right. So there's the ES. NASDAQ doesn't look much different. All right. There's its pullback, right, from highs. Only made it into pretty much this 38.2. That was the half gap fill on the ES. Right. That was the half gap fill on the ES. And there we go. Okay. So if you're going to trade the NASDAQ, talk about it all the time, you got to know where the ES gap fill is and our relationship with the gap fill trade on the ES. Okay. Half gap fill, bam. All right. Same thing. VIX continues through those highs. We're going through lows and it could be ugly. We defend those highs on the VIX, right? We could see a little squeeze. That's about all we got. All right. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now they're hanging tight a little bit better because of bank. Remember, bank, YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Now, if bank continues to hold that support, right, then these are going to go down. It's just they're not going to go down as fast as the ES and the NASDAQ. All right, but there's the YM squeezed right back into its resistance from our highs on March 10th to our lows down here on March 23rd. Bang, 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 bang. Right, still in those short setups. All right, we're not drawing the long up from lows because of the VIX. Okay, so you can see that they've not had as significant a sell-off as the ES and the NASDAQ. Simple fact because of bank, right? Okay, so moving on to the Russells. All right, Russell's actually looking like the strongest of the indices here. Okay, just kind of chopping around in here. But if bank holds that support and lifts off, we could lift off on the Russells all the way back up into this resistance. Okay, because the Russells is actually holding longs. There is a long from lows from the bottom of the crazy candle to the top that we held. Okay, and we're still defending support. All right, so it's kind of stuck in here. Just keep an eye on bank going into the afternoon. Okay, so YM and the Russell is a little bit stronger right now than the ES and the NASDAQ. All right, we got VIX going through highs yet? There can be a big explosion today, guys. There'd be nothing surprising about that at all. This is just, it's just fascinating, right? Like the level of strength, we don't see this very often. It's just every single little pullback is bid and sold on the indices, right? So we will see. Well, there goes silver. All right. There's just no bullishness in our markets at all for anything. Nothing except crude oil. Oh, there goes the VIX. Keep an eye on that, guys. Keep an eye on that right there. Okay. So this is just a wrecking ball. Absolute wrecking ball to everything except crude oil. And it's going to continue like that as long as it's in long setups. Okay. All right. Any questions, VIX bank indices before we move forward? Anybody? Yeah, keep an eye on that VIX right there. That's starting to get spooky. Starting to get spooky. All right, everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin just going straight down. Like I said, this oil and the VIX is just killing everything. All right. Here's Bitcoin. Now we're still in the crypto winter, right? But there is this long from lows from February 5th to our highs on March 4th, right there, right? Never hit the target. So we just leave the draw right there. But the next time we came down and traded this, we have not gotten through the opposing move. We did not. Oh, bearish divergence, cancel. All right, something, let's see. There goes VIX, new high. New highs on the VIX. Keep an eye on that, guys. 1296. That is something. We don't see that very often. Into the like 1300 low tick. That is something. All right, so keep an eye on this, right? That is, wow, that's low. That's an insanely low tick, right? Insanely low tick. We'll see if that gets bought. If that gets bought, then we could have a little bit of a reprieve here. But if this doesn't get bought, I mean, it got bought immediately. It just from algorithms, it got bought. But we'll see if that dip into high on the VIX, dip into low on the indices, and that super low tick will give us any sort of squeeze. All right. That's yeah. We're seeing stuff, guys. These are not normal markets, right? It's a lot of volatility. A lot of volatility. Okay. All right. So anyway, back to Bitcoin. So there's that pullback from highs, right? Have not gotten through it. So it's more than likely going to get pinned in here between this long from low and this short from highs, right? Could get tighter and tighter and tighter in there, but we'll see. We're still in the winter, right? We got plenty of time. All right. So still haven't made that larger pullback that we've been, thinking that we could possibly make. All right. So moving on to spot. All right. Move on to spot. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. There we go. Saw something about the stockyards on the news, or not on the news, like on my feed or whatever. The other day, they were talking about building something at the stockyard, like a big housing, like apartments, condos, something at the stockyards, like some major like development that somebody was proposing down there, Nate. I was kind of thinking of you when they were talking about that. Like real high end, something, something, something. I don't know. But I've never been down there, but I'm sure you have. But that would be interesting, right? Okay. All right. So Bitcoin spot, right? Now, on our larger time frame, obviously, we're in the winter and we've got our targets down here like 33.5 or between September and October 6th. Okay. So this was the pullback that would be 100% normal. Okay. And then roll over. If we break these longs, now obviously there's a lot of stuff going on geopolitically, all that, but if we break these these long setups down here, right, that's a whole nother ball game then. I mean, a whole nother ball game. So there's the short from highs not being able to get through, right? So just like the futures markets here. All right. So just like that. Just like that. My goodness. This is just something. Okay. All right. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? All right. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that, Nate. You know, all the New Yorkers coming down there to be new Wall Street. Yep. No, I don't think you do have a stock, Ivan. I don't think you do. All right. We already looked at ADA. All right. Okay. Any stock? You're welcome, eaters. Yeah, save it for Casual Friday, please, Ivan. All right. Any stocks? Anybody? That would be cool to see, like the Dallas Fort Worth Wall Street, all the traders wearing cowboy hats. Oh my gosh, there goes the VIX. Heads up, guys. It's gonna this could be a move your screen type move on the VIX here. All right, NU, yep. Let's take a look. All right. Okay. How are we on this one? All right, there's that long. Okay, so there's the next pullback, right? It's in its next pullback. Now remember, any of these stocks, right, we're gonna need broad market strength to help these guys out, right? And we're not getting it. Things are getting a little nasty here. So you're falling into the pullback, right? Which is from April 7th of last year to our highs. Okay, so that's potentially your next measured move right there. But again, it's got to break short setups, right? Like it's got to break short. So boom, boom, boom. There's your extension right there. So we've hit that target. So you're just trailing this extension here, Mr. Will. All right, right there. From that low on February 5th of this year to lows. All right. Now the long from lows is, I think it's broke. Yeah, it's close. Yep, it broke. So there could be a short from highs here leading us down. Right, so there you go. Just like that. Right? Crude oil is just starting to rip. This is rough sledding. We're at 95 bucks almost. All right. So there we go, Mr. Wolf. Nothing yet, right? Need to break shorts, just like pretty much is going to be the saying for just about anything. You're welcome, Mr. Wolf. Anybody else? Yeah, sucks for gas prices, good for your CL long. That's right. Yep. So any of our Chevron, Exxon, Oxy, XLE. I haven't even looked at Exxon today. But as Billy Bob Thornton said, though, oil, once they want to maintain oil between 60 and 90, so then it starts to pinch, right? So, man, this is just the dollar. It's just, guys, it's absolutely relentless right now. crude oil strength, dollar strength, VIX strength, just perfect storm. It's almost like we want to get the VIX explosion out of the way just to finish this, just to get a capitulation moment on the markets. This is good ugly this afternoon, guys. All right. Okay, any other stocks while we're looking at stuff? There's Exxon. Oof, look at that guy. Nice. Nice. Wow. Okay. That's why we have some sort of oil exposure in our portfolios, guys. Okay. Look at COP. Yeah. What is that, Nate? Oh, ConocoPhillips. Yeah. Oh, jeez. There's that one too. Wow. Yep. Crazy, guys. Yeah, we don't see markets like this very often. We really don't. We really don't see these too often. And this, like I said, it's going to take some sort of catalyst or a capitulation moment on the VIX, of explosion, something to like just burn up some of the fuel that's sitting around, right? So serious stuff, guys. Serious stuff here. All right. Okay. Oh, there goes crude oil, new high. Jeez. All right. Okay. Let's move on here. Nope, not that. That. All right. There we go. Okay, so to crude oil here. Just crazy strength, just crazy continued strength. Right now, from our crazy candle high. All right, let's look at something else too here. What's sorry. Look at that. There's the Brent crude, right? We've got West Texas Intermediate and there's Brent crude. Look at this. Oof. I don't think that broke along either. Not that. Let's see. You know how WTI broke that long? Or look at that, didn't break along. Man, look at that. Phew. That's up at 108. That's what up at 108. Let's look at CL. We're at 94. So here's crude oil. There's still this short above. I'm just going to get rid of this thing. But there's still this short above us. There's no doubt about it, right? But this is just, there's a lot more going in, you know, overseas in the Middle East, et cetera, that's flinging this thing around. And this is just straight strength, right? That is rough. That's going to be rough for the markets. Why? Because it's jacking with the Fed fund future so much. It gets expensive. Everything's going to get more expensive. Everything's going to get more expensive. All right, which is going to cause inflation, right? So there we go. All right. Look to the left. Oh, were you, sorry, Nate, were you talking about Conoco? That would be nice if we get some reprieve, right? Yeah, I could, no, other way, Frank. Things get too expensive, right? Inflation, right? So they're going to have to battle that by keeping rates higher for longer. So we want to see prices come down, right? So we'll see, what is that today? Let's take a quick peek. See if we have anything closer than next October. All right, hang on, it's pulling up here. All right, let's see. Nope, next October still. That's our first rate cut. And that's only at 35%. Man, we could get hikes before then, guys. We could honestly get hikes before then. Okay. All right. So anyway, it doesn't normally act like this, but obviously we're in weird times with what's going on in the Middle East. But this is a leading indicator for the U.S. indices right now. Right, oil up, it's just killing precious metals, it's killing the indices, right? Everything. So you can look at this as almost a leading indicator for the U.S. indices right now. Okay, so on to the precious metals, gold and silver. Gold never broke that short, right, that we were talking about this morning. Still hasn't broken it, and there we go. All right, so there's the extension short from March 3rd to our lows on March 23rd, right there, and didn't break it. All right, so yes, there's still this long from lows, but that's counter trend, right? We're in a downtrend, and we're just holding our next short setups on gold. So there's this pullback, right? Now that never hit its target. So from that low on Sunday, 2 a.m., okay, to this highs at 10 a.m. on Monday, there's that pullback, never hit the target. So there could be support here. There's no doubt about it. There could be support. All right. And could that squeeze us back to the top? It could. But if we continue with VIX strength and oil strength and dollar strength, these precious metals it's going to be rough sledding for them. Okay. Just unfortunately the way it works. All right. So we need to understand why these are moving, not just where they're moving in their own trends. But gold is in a short. Now, silver broke out of that short, right? And it's making this pullback. And that hasn't broken yet. Okay, I got stopped out at break even. So there's that pullback on silver right there. And we're sitting inside of it. But what we didn't do coming out of that pullback, we did not hold this long. We did not hold that long and lift off. So we're right back down to lows. So could we fall through them? Absolutely. If oil keeps going up, these guys are going to be in rough shape. Okay. But again, eventually, guys, I want you to think there's going to be some enormous opportunities, right? Enormous opportunities down the road. Okay. On these precious metals. All right. Okay. So there's gold and silver. Not a whole lot to do until we get crude oil to roll over and we get some more dollar weakness, because now we're back in dollar strength. All right, this is dollar strength, just relentless, right? Just will not give up. So here's DXY. Now this is just an index, right? So it's got this pullback to make, and if we make this pullback, great, that's going to be a little bit of dollar weakness. But if this just continues higher, okay, that's just dollar strength, just more dollar strength, more headwind against the indices. Okay, more bearishness for the indices. All right, so again, we got the VIX and longs, right? We've got crude oil shooting up, and we got dollar strength. Bad, bad, bad. All right, so moving on to the actual currencies. Hey, here's the dollar yen just going straight up. Okay, this is dollar strength, yen weakness, right? Or I should say dollar strength. But dollar strength, now we're at highs, that's all well and good. But look at the bid. Look at the bid we're in. Bid, 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 every dip, right? Straight dollar strength, headwind against the indices and the precious metals. Okay, here's the euro. Now the euro has made this pullback. Okay, so this pullback, right? Again, just like silver, this is one of the main reasons I took the silver trade, did not hold this long. So it could come right back, but as long as we defend above these 114.98s, there is the possibility that we could lift off into dollar weakness. That would be a massive exhale on the VIX and exhale on crude oil, and we'd finally potentially get some strength behind the precious metals and the indices. But if this continues to fall, nope, more dollar strength. Just a perfect storm, guys. It's a perfect storm for the indices right now. Oh, and there goes bank too. So keep an eye out if this afternoon we continue with bank weakness, continue with VIX strength, continue with crude oil strength, and continue with dollar strength. That's not good. That is a perfect storm. All right. So now the VIX has hit a profit target. Okay, so profit target hit. We can get rid of this. All right, see that? Profit target hit from that long, so we could make a pullback here. Did we break that short? Let's see. That larger short above us. What the hell is that? Get rid of this thing. 78. So 78, 80, 85. What did we trade? 80. So we didn't break the short, the larger short. We didn't. But the reason we're seeing weakness right there is because we hit this profit target to the tick. Right? So we'll see this pullback. And if that pullback holds, it's just slather, rinse, repeat. I giggle because this is going on for 3 months. Right? January, February, March. 3 months of this. We don't see that very often, right? So we'll see. Now, if we do end up going up in extensions, we know that extensions don't last very long, and we could get kind of a capitulation moment. If we do, where's my pullback? There it is. If we do go up and through these, that honestly would not be a horrible thing for the indices because we know the indices come all the way halfway back. So that highs to highs, if it does go through, more than likely won't last very long. All right, so we will see, but that could lead to an explosion right there. If we go into an extension and it holds, heads up. All right, we'll see how technical this gets, but that's why we're getting a little weakness, and you'll see a little bit of strength on the indices right here. See if we make this pullback. If this pullback holds, then it's just lift right back off to our next target. All right. There could be more aggressive lows of the day to highs of the day, stuff like that. But this is all we know on the larger time frame. Okay. Just nuts, man. I don't know why I just called the chat man, but you know what I'm getting at. Just for 3 straight months now. Right. Again, it's just not something we see very often. Right. Just not something we see very often. Right, this amount of bearishness in the indices, in the underlying leading indicators for the indices. All right, well, there's bank coming back down to support, and then, I mean, it's at least defending it right now. So we've got bank defending support and the VIX at a profit target. So we'll see a tiny bit of strength here, right? Oops, we can see a tiny bit of strength on the indices. All right, if that continues. Man, that's rough. Rough. All right, so we'll see. This is our next pullback we know about. We go through these targets, we're going to go into extensions, and we're either going to go into an explosion or those extensions are going to break, and we're going to make a much larger pullback on the VIX. All right, now all of this could go by the wayside if we get any war news. So understand that. The nerve to say he thought we would be lower. There is still time. Oh, on the markets, he thought we would be lower than what we are. Huh. This is not our boring, normal, just sit back and collect money type trading, right? We have to actually do a little more work here, right? Be a little extra cautious. Right, and just follow the trend. Follow the trend. No reason to try to be picking a bottom here. No reason. But the good thing is we'll know when the bottom's in. The VIX will show us when the bottom's in, and we can buy a pullback and maybe hang on to that sucker for a while. All right. So just watch crude oil going into the afternoon. Kind of let that be a leading indicator for you. All right. For any strength on the indices, we need to, this thing at least needs to stop making new highs. At least stop making new highs and potentially make a pullback. Banks got to hang on to support, and the VIX got to start this pullback. All right. Other than that, they're going to go down. All right. Yeah, just be very careful. This is not an easy trading environment for intraday trading. Now, there's other ways that we're just making money hand over fist, right, in these type of markets. But like intraday, just be safe, be careful, right? There's no need to try to be picking bottoms, try to be picking tops and bottoms, right? Just be safe. Just go with the trend, right? And if there's not a trade set up, don't take anything. Right, market's not going anywhere. All right, but it's being very technical. It's just being very technical to the downside. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Anybody? Anybody? Hopefully all that made sense. I know that was a lot, but there's a lot going on. All right, just let your leading indicators tell you, give you your direction, right? And we can add crude oil to that leading indicator mix right now. All right, $95. All right, but you saw Brent is over 100 now, right? Do this, just forget this, right? So, any questions? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, well, just be safe, guys. Markets aren't going anywhere, right? Markets aren't going anywhere. Don't force it, right? Don't try to curve fit something into something that's not there, right? Just be responsible. All right. Thanks, Amanda. All right. Okay, there we go. Have a safe afternoon, everybody. Go Boilers tonight. I know we got some Michigan State people. Good luck to you guys tomorrow. And then we'll be on WAP tomorrow, remember. We'll be on WAP tomorrow. All right. Sounds good. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron.
Root for the Boilers tonight. Root for the Boilers tonight, Tyler.
All right, sounds good. We'll do.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
See you, Aaron. All right, guys. We actually have Fuzz is gonna come on, and he's also gonna go over a few things that he's watching in the market, kind of give us a market-wide look. Fuzz, how you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Doing good. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Do you want to share your screen with me?
Yeah, let me. I think that's the right one. Yeah. There we go.
Let me just adjust that. All right, I think everything looks good. So you're good, man. Go ahead. You can go ahead and start diving into whatever you wanted to go over.
All right. Sounds good. I appreciate it, man. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is trading safe because this market is definitely a doozy. It continues to be a headline-driven market. Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth, between what the US is saying, what Iran is saying. Who knows? I mean, the interesting thing is that the market continues to grapple onto any positive headline that is coming out, and then a few hours later, pretty much the truth kind of settles in over time, and then you get stuck in this same bottleneck position that we're just kind of stuck in this awkward spot within the market where it seems that it wants to break out, but it just keeps getting shot back down, and we're just whipsawing back and forth. So if you're having a headache with the market right now, trust me, I understand. I've been getting knocked around left and right, even on some intraday tradings, but that's all right. We're starting to get some move down on the S&P, and I was kind of going somewhere with that and kind of sidetracked, but what the interesting part for me is when the market stops believing in some of those reassurances from the powers that be, then what's going to happen? Then you're going to start seeing more and more pressures to the downside. And even, the main bright spot within the market is the, excuse me, is the energy sector. Let me change this to a higher time frame screen. And what you're going to see here is I do use a multiple time frame system. I use a weekly, daily, and hourly, especially for any kind of swing tradings. Think of it as like a traffic light system, and you'll see here on the top of each screen, you'll see that it's either green or red or grayed out. Green is good; it's bullish. Red is obviously, pretty much your no-go side or go puts. And alongside of that, I use a composite scoring system between 100 and negative 100. It's, a 200 point wide range scoring system, but it's very nuanced. But it pretty much combines momentum readings, moving averages, trend, volatility, and it combines that all into a numerical score so I can see what's going on throughout the market. And what I like to do is what everyone should be doing is doing like a top down approach to the market. So what you'll see here is you'll see a bunch of numbers on your screen where it says max bull or strong bull or neutral and vice versa, max bear, etc. And pretty much I'm looking for scores above 75. That's generally bullish. Below minus 75 is bearish. Everything in between is pretty much a neutral environment. But as I was saying, energy continues to be king of the castle, and crude oil continues to be on this power hungry move. That is, of course, all due to everything going in Iran. And even so, even if, we've been seeing executives and reports saying that even if the situation overseas does resolve and we get back to some sort of normalcy within the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to take a while for things to ease back on in. So, something to keep in mind: if the war ends tomorrow, you're going to see a significant dip, uh, probably back to about the 80 mark within crude oil. Now, you're going to see that initial bounce, but it's going to take a long time for things to settle in. So I imagine crude oil is going to stay higher for longer than what we generally expect, or what some people are hoping. It's going to take some time for this to really settle in. So crude oil, as you can see, and energy names like Chevron, Exxon Mobil, Devon Energy, you name it, Shell, MPC, a lot of these guys within my, even on my scanner, most of my scanner is picking up nothing but energy names. And that's the only thing that's really playing out within the market as far as individual names. We know names like Oxy is pretty strong. Chevron is in a power move up to 210. So that is something, that we need to keep on monitoring because it does have relative strength. It has multiple time frame alignment, and really that's the only main sector that I am interested in right now is energy because it is moving. I'm not really interested in anything tech right now. We did see Microsoft continuing to get hammered here, and look at Microsoft; it's trading below the daily 200. is trading below the daily 50. You got that death cross way up here, and the daily 200 sits about 480. I'm not interested in something like Microsoft. Now, I might be interested in like a long term buy, but even as a long term investor, I still want to see the technicals turn back around and turn positive and get more time frame alignment. Other than that, I'm just going to be mainly patiently waiting for a lot of these names to sort themselves out. Semiconductors gave us a little bit of hope yesterday with a push towards about 404, only to gap down and give it all away today and then some. And now you're still seeing a little bit of weakness on semiconductors, despite some of these crazy moves that we've seen on names like some of these memory names like Micron and SanDisk, etc. But remember, Nvidia is definitely the king of the castle, and Taiwan Semiconductor, they've all been kind of lagging behind the overall market here. So if Nvidia here I'm looking at Nvidia, if Nvidia starts to lose this 170 to 170 range, which are already below the key moving averages, with a daily squeeze, a weekly high compression weekly squeeze, that is when the Bollinger Bands are very tight within the Keltner channels. If that starts to resolve to the downside, we can most certainly see some more some further progress to the downside. And last time that we had one of these weekly squeezes on Nvidia, and even in the market, if we look back at the QQQ, we can see that the last time we had a weekly squeeze here was back here during the what was that, the tariffs situation, where we just flushed down completely. Of course, we regained a bunch of that, but as you can see, it has not it's not a good thing when some of these squeezes fire to the downside. So definitely keep that in mind, when, especially if you're looking at longer term, or maybe some of these swings that the pressure is starting to build up even more. We can see on this daily squeeze here where we've lost the daily 200. You're about to have a death cross on the QQQ daily. That's not a good thing, especially long-term investors. They look at stuff like this. You're starting to see that daily squeeze fire to the downside, and you can see that bearish score reading is minus 85%. So it's not a pretty picture. We know that, in fact, if we measure this, let me bring up this, because TradingView is sometimes easier to measure this stuff. When we take a look at the swing high to where we are now, we're already down about 9%. So we're almost in correction territory within the NASDAQ. The IWM has already hit correction territory. We did have a little bit of a bounce, and actually it led the bounce to the upside. Once it hit that daily 200, you had a nice 10-point move back up, but you're starting to reject and come back in. So one of the other things that I look at is, okay, where else, is there any kind of evidence of further weakness within the market? Hang on, give me one sec here. Yeah. More is there other things to suggest that the market is undergoing some stress here? And one of the things that I look at is some of the credit issues. HYG, this is your junk bond ETF. Generally speaking, when the market is frothy and buy the dip, generally you're going to want to see the junk bonds catch a bid as well. And as you can see, we're moving to the downside. In fact, it's almost leading the way down. So, if credit and bonds are deteriorating as well, that's usually your telltale sign here for me. Even when you look at the higher grade, investment grade bonds, those are also moving lower. That is another troubling spot for me in the overall market. You can also look at the dollar. Now, interestingly enough, the dollar is still kind of tiptoeing back and forth around this 100 area. If the dollar continues to strengthen, that's going to be a negative impact on equities. Uh, Stronger dollar makes things more expensive, and that just kind of has that trickle down effect, especially when you do the carryover trade, etc. But yeah, this looks continuing that it's looking to strengthen and push above that 100. Now, it's a little bit wobbly, which could be a good thing, but also a bad thing. So we'll continue to monitor this. It's just been kind of slow. But if the dollar continues to strengthen, yeah, that's not good. Uh, Also, when you have a strong dollar, that's going to affect uh, things like gold as well. And we've seen a lot of people reducing their exposure to some of these metals and even emerging markets. When you look at the EM ETF, yeah, I mean, emerging markets have been getting crushed lately with the stronger dollar. Volatility is another aspect of the market that I look at as far as market peripherals. And you can see you got a nice little uptrend here on the VIX. We do get those intraday pushes to the upside. We did hit a high of 35 about 2 weeks ago, and we kind of stabilized. But again, we're still kind of pushing up steadily throughout time. So you do have that weekly squeeze and a daily squeeze that could trigger to the upside. And if the VIX does shoot on up, then of course that's going to create more pressure on equities. And if you're an options player, that is going to make options more expensive, both on the put side as well for the call side. And not to mention the extreme moves you're going to have on, if you're a futures player, you're going to start to see some crazy whipsawing moves on futures. So you got to be very careful, lighten the load. And that's one of the things that I've been preaching about in my Substack, where I, write all this stuff out. I look at nearly 40 different sectors, ETFs, market peripherals, and I type out, my newsletter that goes out on Sunday and on Wednesday, and I analyze all this stuff and send it to you. Where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. Sorry. But one of the things that I've been preaching about is, you want to reduce size in this market if you are playing. Cash is a position, patience is definitely a position. If you are playing in this market, size down. Even when I'm doing intraday positioning, even on my swings, I'm not going gung-ho crazy. I might be a little bit heavy right now on energy, but as things progress and my targets are getting hit, I'm going to take off a good chunk off those positions, because I don't want my legs to be cut underneath me, and then I'm like going, oh, what happened? But and that's the thing with energy. If they come out with a peace deal tomorrow, you're going to see that flush and so forth. But when the VIX gets elevated like this in the 25s and 30s, size down, even on your intraday trading. If you're playing futures, you know, hopefully you're playing minis and, size down accordingly. Because if you remember when gold and silver was trading all crazy, it wouldn't take much to pretty much knock you out of that position. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Let's see. Energy, semiconductors. Talked about that. XLK, yeah. Uh, banks have been kind of interesting. You did get this. They tried to be strong today. We did see some relative strength in the Dow earlier today. You did come back up to the daily 200. See how every time that we've come up to the daily 200 on some of these names, you just reject and push back down. So you can use this to your advantage if you want to, and take debit spreads to the downside and use or credit spreads, depending on which way you want to choose, You can use these daily 200s as your, you know, stop out. You know, if we get a daily close back over the 200, you can stop out if you're in a short. If we happen to break above the 200 and close above it, you can use that 200 as a good uh, stop and entry level as well. So depending on how you want to play this and how you want to view, but again, just be careful, size down. This market is tricky, and you never know what Trump's going to say in the next 10 minutes, or what Iran's going to say back in the next 15 minutes. It's just a lot of back and forth. But here, the Dow was relatively strong. Apple had a very good day so far today. But even still, you know, it's holding this 247 mark, is holding its daily 200, which, you know, if we look across the board, there's a lot of names that have lost a lot of their key moving averages here. If you start to see this break below 247, the market's going to feel even more pressure because it has such a strong weight within the XLK. Remember, the strongest heaviest weights within the tech sector is Apple and Microsoft. And Microsoft has definitely been leading the way down as of lately. So definitely something to keep in mind. Uh, if tech continues to go down, you definitely want to keep an eye on financials, because financials are your second highest weighted within the S&P. Financials go down, it definitely creates a burden for everybody. Regional banks is another thing to keep an eye on. We had that regional bank scare. Uh, what was that? 2 years ago or so. Uh, and since then, things have kind of cooled off. But obviously, that was a different time and scenario. But keep an eye on the regional banks. That's also a way that I can gauge, how credit markets are doing. But when we look at the overall picture, and we look at all the sectors, all the SPDR sectors, such as industrials, builders, energy, consumer staples. Out of all the 11 sectors, energy is really the only bright spot within the market. So until something changes, my focus is going to be on the energy market, and it's going to be on credit. What I would want to see for this market to turn around are a few things. One, credit has to improve. We want to see junk bonds and investment grade bonds improve dramatically. Specifically, I want to see HYG back above the 80 mark. We want to see a VIX below 23, at least below 23. Once you get below 23, things can settle in quite quickly. We also want to see some of these key uh, indices, such as the SPY, the QQQ, back above their daily 200 simple moving average. We're about to get death crosses on the SPY, the QQQ. I don't think we're quite there yet on the Dow. Yeah, we're almost there on the Dow. Uh, we want to see everything kind of turn back around. We want to see a weaker dollar. Weaker dollar means stronger equities, etc. I mean, you can see here when the dollar was down at about 95, markets were pushing higher like nobody's business. And you got Trump saying, the Dow's at 5,000, S&P's at 7,000. So structurally speaking, things are really shaky at this moment, and you got to be careful. Have stops, have a plan. One of the things I also suggest is have a shopping list ready for when things maybe flush to a certain level that you're willing to buy or average in on like your long term. Have a shopping list ready and just pay attention to what's going on around you. You don't have to give yourself a headache, PMI, CPI, et cetera, leave that to other people to kind of fin with, but just kind of be aware that the main driver in this market right now is the Iranian situation. And there's so much uncertainty within that. There's, 1 minute we're good, next minute we're not good. Who knows at this point? And I think the market is really trying to grasp all that uncertainty, and we can see that in price price is the truth teller, and right now it is heading lower. So, like I said, there's certain cues that I'm looking at here. We have to, you know, have better credit. We need a lower VIX. We need to see if some of these tech guys can turn around. Maybe, hopefully, we can see some of these semiconductors catch a bid. Ideally, I would like to see a move over 404 on the SMH. But as of right now, it's just not looking too pretty out there. And I know that paints like a gloomy picture, but like I said, my main focus right now is energy, because energy is paying. So that's where I'm leading at. But bulls have to prove themselves, and they got a lot of work to do. As of right now, it's a bearish market. And it's just easier for bears, and the bulls need a very good catalyst at this moment. It's not economic data. It has everything to do with what's going on in the Middle East. But all right, that's what I got for you at this moment in time. If you haven't done so, substack.com/stock market moods. That is my Substack, where you can get my newsletter here and all that good stuff. It comes out on Sundays and on Wednesdays. And here's my latest midweek report that kind of goes over pretty much everything that we kind of talked about today. But yeah, be safe, be good, trade smart, size down, do what you got to do to play defense. If you do go on the offense, know where your stops are and kind of respect them. All right, guys.
All right, Fuzz. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's good stuff. I have a couple clips for you too that I'll share through the Stock Dads page. But if you wanted any of that content for your own page too, just to we'll promote it, obviously, your Substack and everything. But if you want any of this, the recording, I can send it to you as well, man. So thank you. That was really good stuff. And thank you guys for tuning in and rocking with us on Stock Dads TV this week. We'll be back next week. We're gonna wrap up here for the week. So we appreciate you guys supporting the show. Fuzz, thanks again, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
You bet. Bye, guys.
Peace out, everybody. Bye.